All right, everybody, welcome to another episode of Critical Misconduct. With me and my friends, we play some board games and other things and all types of fun, mostly D&D, but, you know, we're on a little bit of a break while I act like I'm doing stuff to get ready for Curse of Strahd. I maybe should start doing it this week. You could blame Derek. Fine. He got me a Lego set. It's taken this long to do it.
Procrastinate now.
It's Legos and Harry Potter this week and D&D next.
Yes, it has been difficult because it's been like, oh, Hogwarts Legacy and a Lego set. Oh, priorities.
Yeah, we're not going to talk about how much time I've put into that game so far.
Okay, so it's really good.
It's fantastic. I already beat it once, and I'm on my second character, just enjoying every minute.
I'm getting Katie a PlayStation 5 for her birthday because it's time for like a real gaming system, you know?
Yeah.
So maybe
I didn't 100% it, Derek, but I beat it.
Oh, okay.
I finished all like the main story quests. Yeah.
There's a lot of sets.
Yeah. Oh, for sure.
And some of that stuff you can't track. You just gotta manage it and do it.
Yeah, I've gotten pretty far in like investigations, but I'm kind of like taking my time because it's a lot. It's a little overwhelming.
Well, my first character was a good character, and I was enjoying it. But now, like, I want to be the evil person. So I kind of like I got through half of the game just full exploration mode, and then the second half of the game I did kind of main quest focus mode, so I could start another character before I'm tired of the whole game.
Yeah, I did straight up Slytherin the whole way. And then I've been like, hey, I would like an extra fee for doing that kind of play, you know.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing this run. Yeah.
I think my sister picked Hufflepuff because she wanted to go to the prison.
Yes. Well, each one, from what I've seen, each house gets their own unique quest for that quest. And yes, Hufflepuff gets to go to Azkaban, so that's my second character. My second character is an absolutely evil Hufflepuff, because you have to. Yes.
Slytherin has some Merlin trials. What is the secret thing for?
Yeah.
And Merlin trials are for everyone, not just Slytherin.
Trials. Yeah. The problem with the Gryffindor one, which I'm running, is that like its private mission was kind of crappy.
So was Ravenclaw's. Ravenclaw's was meh. That's what I was doing my first run on.
Great.
You know, it all makes sense now in this discussion that we were having before, that like almost this entire group is ADHD. Now it all makes sense.
You down with ADD? Ooh, look, shiny!
I wish that was the type of ADHD I have. No, I got cursed with the super hyper-focused ADHD.
I never got diagnosed. So.
Yeah, I was like, I've never been diagnosed? No.
Mine's, oh, hey, I'm going to look this thing up on Wikipedia real quick. 9 hours later.
20 tabs still open that you have yet to read.
Yeah.
I am now an expert.
Yeah.
And you got like
looking like that guy from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. No, man, it's all connected.
Yeah. Abby and I had this conversation the other day because she was looking at fingerprint analysis for one of her classes, and I thought she was just doing it for fun. And I was like, "Are you pulling a me?" And she was like, "No, everything that goes in this brain goes on purpose." And I was like, "God, I wish I could say that." Right? Yeah.
90% of what goes in this brain has no purpose.
Just useless facts.
Why am I wearing one sock and wearing half my underwear?
What did this random actor that's only been in one movie, what's their entire backstory? Because I want to know. Let me read about them for the next hour.
But if you need to know any of the lyrics to Stephen Sondheim.
How do I tell somebody to go fuck themselves in Victorian flower language? Like, I need to know. I need to know.
Right, you might need to know that someday.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's we all go too far down these rabbit holes. Makes us great when we go on like trivia nights. Suddenly,
yeah, that's true.
We know 90% of the 90% of it we know, and then sports comes around. You're like, oh, we lost.
You guys got this.
Oh no, that's what your bartender friend is for.
Yeah.
All right, I got a trivia question for you. where did we leave off last week?
He's like, I want to play. God damn it!
Oh no, there was only 2 of you playing. So where'd you guys leave off last week?
Right.
No, there were
Alright,
3 of us. There were 3 of us in the car, right?
yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. I had gotten 3 of you into the story. All right. So we have 2 things to decide. First thing is, Tony, what do you
Yes.
want to play? Flash, do you just want to
Something
me to give
menacing
you a
and
character?
magical.
Menacing and magical. All right, I can make that happen. Let me pull up your character. Tony, pick your playbook. Monstrous. We have a monstrous. Mundane, the professional.
We do not have the professional anymore. Or was that Greg? Which one was Reagan?
Reagan was the professional. Yes.
Yeah, I'm the expert.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm at 71 hours on Hogwarts Legacy right now, so that's... Yep. That's according to Steam, at least. So that also includes time spent away from my computer with the game running.
Okay, so like, okay, you were shitting. Okay, you're all right.
Well, no, my playtime was 50 hours just for my main character when I finished the storyline. That
I
was
also
in
feel
game
like
playtime.
Steam is kind of the big brother of gaming. We know how much time you've been playing this game.
Hey, at least they tell you. Some of them track you, and you can't even see how long you've played.
That's fucked up.
So-
Also, if you play over 3 hours on any Steam game, they will not let you return it. But go on.
Yeah. No, that's their
Pretty standard policy.
cutoff.
So while he's looking at that, I thought we can do a little bit of a recap. We were sent to a very well-to-do man's home, mansion as it were, to do a job for him. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to remember exactly what it
To-
is.
To investigate the death of his son,
Yes.
which appears to be potentially related to some cultist activity, and maybe some anti-Semitic activity. There was a word written on his body that you used when you talked to the guy,
Mhm.
and so that's where. And we had a lead. We were going to talk to somebody who had more details about the about everything that happened there.
You're going to talk to a man who regularly works with a man you talk to, or I shouldn't say regularly, but they've had frequent interactions in the past, and he's done some digging already for the man that you've talked to. And yes, you are going to a pawn shop. The only thing you know is he's been referred to as the Smith. You don't really know anything else. You know that it's like a pawn shop that sells, the normal shit, antiquities, knickknacks, blah blah blah.
Brandon,
All right. Well, if he calls me Mr. Anderson, I'm out.
Brandon, I gave you rights on Tony's character sheet to help you out.
Mr.
Oh shit! I didn't know that I didn't have it. I was looking at it already.
Ah,
And now it's being weird. Let me reload it.
sorry.
What? No, you're fine. It's all right, Tony. So what? You want to be something weird, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's.
Matrix action, Greg.
What's that?
I said that's my background on my phone. It's a Matrix action.
Nice. Well, he said the guy's called the Smith, so it was all I could think of.
Mr. Anderson.
Okay.
I'm gonna enjoy watching you die.
So we have right now. What's your playbook, Greg? The expert.
Yes.
Great. Okay. So we at least have that. I was trying to think if we really needed a replacement for the professional, but we do not.
Weird. What, the flake? Bell?
The flake, Tony, if you want to be a weird conspiracy theorist, the flake is fun. It's not magic. There's also the constructed, which is like an artificial being. basically, like a Frankenstein's monster or a robot that's been constructed by somebody. That's weird and spooky.
Sounds like I could have fun with that. Let's do that.
Alright, so go into your... Oh, you know what? I'll just do it. So we'll make this easier for you. So we're going to make you a constructed... Tony, I am going to tell you what you are.
Okay.
Just because it's going to tie into some of the story. I'm going to private message you real quick. Give me a second. Check your Facebook messages, and we'll proceed accordingly. I'm still gonna let you pick your powers and stuff, but that's your backstory, so to speak.
Where did you put this?
Like I sent it privately to you over Facebook Messenger, so look at your Facebook messages from me, not a me.
Oh shit, Facebook. Okay, I'm on the wrong website. That is why.
You're all good.
2 degrees, folks. 2 degrees.
So anybody see All Is Quiet on the Western Front yet?
Nope.
Man, that's a good movie. You want some weird music? The main composer...
I saw the original.
Yeah. This one's brand new. The composer was influenced by Led Zeppelin. And it doesn't
Sounds
sound
good
like
to me.
Led Zeppelin. It doesn't sound like Led Zeppelin, but he does use an electronic, like... what's it called? Like organ. And so the noises that he gets out of that is just horrific. It's a 4-note motif that he uses throughout the whole film. Da, da,
Okay.
da. And you're like, ah.
Okay, Tony, so first thing we're going to do, if you look all the way to the left-hand side, I'm opening it up right now for you. There's these stat blocks. You're going to choose one of these stat blocks. So whatever sounds fun to you. I would say, given your character, I would take, Oh, they all have a tough +2, so that's cool. You can do whatever you like.
On the, do you see on the left side of your character sheet, Tony? It says charm, cool, sharp, tough, weird.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
There we go.
Okay, so do you see the little box I have open on your character sheet?
The choose set.
Yep, choose set. So choose one of those blocks. Those are your starting stats. Like, that's your... You don't roll in this, you just choose from a list of available stat blocks.
All right. What does sharp do?
Sharp is like mental, like, you know, picking a lock, vaulting through a window. It's like the thief stat, we'll call it. Sharp and cool are both of the like kind of you know, like hacking technology, picking a lock,
I
plotting
think based
something.
on. I think I chose appropriately based on the information you gave me. So.
Okay, great. Blah, blah, blah. Blah, 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 blah. You don't need any of that at the top. So, your animating force. I will let you choose, but I think you kind of, see where I was going with that. So you are kind of, you're a little limited in what choices you can make, but, I think Aether, thought, alchemy, or music could all work. So, take your pick.
If I think what you're doing, just because
I think
I'm
alchemy-
thinking what you're doing, fire would also be an alternative.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just thinking. Fire
I mean,
would, like a kiln. Just saying.
Yeah.
fire sounds like fun.
Sorry,
Fire cool.
I'm just trying to think of what you were thinking, and I got a feeling that's what you're going for. Unless I'm completely wrong, but
I think you probably have an idea where I'm going with this, given the lore that you've already.
yeah,
Been exposed
I am
to.
not happy about it. My character would not be happy at all. Because I'm an asshole.
All right, Tony. So you. So your purpose. You are a guardian. Or you can also be an assistant, I would say, given who I'm going to make the person who made you.
Oh.
Did you want to be a weapon?
No, I actually like the Guardian thing.
Okay. You no longer serve that function. So you are going to be serving that function, so forget that part of your backstory.
Okay.
So you get both Inhuman and Recharge. So just pick both of those automatically. I'll actually do it for you. So you get both of these moves automatically. And then you get to pick one from the list below that. From Detachable Parts, Mystic Focus, Awaken Object, Hide in Plain Sight, or But Why.
I like that one, but why?
Yeah, but why?
But why? But why? It's the bane of anyone who's ever been in management's existence. But why?
Or anyone who's ever helped raise a child.
At 4
Yeah.
4 years old.
Why?
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 Who are you, Carl Sagan? Maybe. I think Awaken Object, yeah.
Okay. Blah, 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 blah. I love that, actually. I think that's a great choice. Alright, so for gear, you're going to pick one of those things. I kind of like Sledgehammer, but I'll let you pick whatever you like. I just think it's funny.
I think Sledgehammer's
I mean, if
good, too.
Sledgehammer is an option, I'm in.
Yeah.
And it fits the time period too really well.
Yeah, that's what I kind of picture. And then your body, I'll let you pick whatever you want. Obviously, fists, wrestle, and bulwark are kind of the most obvious choices, but I think any of them could be made to work. So pick what you want, and you get to pick two of those.
I like fists and wrestle, but bulwark is nice too.
Yeah, that's what I said. Those three are kind of the obvious choice, but I think he can get away with any of the five.
Does he also get in?
Definitely. Go ahead.
Oh, don't go ahead.
So definitely Fist.
Giggity.
Gross. And energy blast.
Giggity.
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 Is your fist associated with your energy blast?
Well, if you're doing it right. Oi.
But and then Tony, you guys have I've given you one free level, so you get to also pick an improvement from the list below. So below other gear it says improvements. You're still in regular improvements, not advanced improvements. Pick one of those.
Below other gear, giggity.
Improvement. Giggity.
You should just make a character build off Quagmire, just like the whole time.
I could be your mundane walking around with you.
Me, Mike.
Yeah, we don't have a mundane this time. I am a little sad about that. I don't get to constantly put somebody in danger.
All right.
Do I
All
need
right,
to?
Tony.
Is it everything?
That's everything. Name, you can do like name and backstory if you want. I'm gonna message you something real quick. This is the only detail you need to know about your backstory, like story-wise.
And you've played this before, Tony?
I played the last one Brandon did with us.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he
So
played
then-
it.
I'm just making sure he doesn't... So he understands luck and the harm and the experience stuff.
I mean, I played last time with Brandon. I don't really understand all that stuff, but I figured we'll get to it when we get to it.
We'll get there. We'll get there. Oh, shoot.
All right. Other than that, Tony, run. You can make your character whatever you feel like doing, and don't worry, you'll be introduced shortly.
Okay.
So, the only one I still have to figure out is Chris.
I know you brainstormed that he was going to call me like before he left that house to meet them.
Yeah, that's. I think we're gonna cheat it just because I don't want to make you have to wait another half a session for me to fit you in. I would kind of like to just finish getting the group together. Or I'll let you decide. Something may happen depending on what happens in the next scene, and if it does, it may alert you somehow. I'll let you decide that and like how quickly you can travel, so to speak. So, given
I mean,
what your form
I can
is,
literal beeline it. So yeah.
yeah, that's what I mean. Like
Yeah.
So, like you said in the last session, you met with. Let me actually get my shit up. It might be a good idea. You met with a man. I know his last name was Weiss. I can't remember when I made his first name. Henry?
Let me see if I have any notes.
Doesn't bother me. I think I have it in my... what the fuck is the G drive? G drive? Yeah, G drive. Oh, shit.
Hyatt Weissenhall or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, that's his. No, his real
Oh,
name is
before he changed it,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Hyatt was the first name, is what I have down.
This is what I get for using a thing I almost never use too.
To use it.
Yeah. Which one am I in? Okay, there we go. Ba-ba-ba. His name is Henry Weiss. His real name, for those of you who are in the room, is Chaim Weissenthal. So you met with Mr. Weissenthal, and to be more specific, at least for Greg, to the rest of you, it is an investigation into his son's murder. For the viewers, for Greg specifically, he was brought in to kill whoever killed his son. It's not so much an investigation as a hit job. He's given you a contact in the city. Let me get him up. But he referred to him as the Smith, and Derek, you have some knowledge of this person given what you do. He's kind of a fence, but he's not that crooked, if you get my drift. Like, he'll buy things from people like you, and he'll do some below the board dealings, but he's not necessarily a criminal, I guess is the way I would put it.
We're I can't mention some of our freelance contacts, but you know.
What'd you say?
I said I can't mention some of our freelance bosses on our live stream.
Yeah. Think, that's a good way to put it. He's got a legitimate business and then some not so legitimate business.
The same name? I don't know.
Yeah.
A pirate?
But, yeah, we'll refer to the person we know as the pirate.
I mean, this is the Prohibition era, isn't it? I mean,
yes.
Everyone's hands were a little dirty getting alcohol to people that needed alcohol. I mean,
yeah, right. But they still got their alcohol and they still got paid, so it's all good.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm only looking it up because I actually had a first name for this gentleman that I really wanted him to have, and now I don't have it anymore, but...
Corky.
It doesn't matter. Corky!
Corky.
This is actually going to bother me. But it doesn't matter. I can look this up while you guys are on the way there. The important part is you've been told that this gentleman has done...
That's my bad. Sorry.
I was very shocked by my own voice.
I was just making sure there was actual sound. That's all.
Like,
Oh, from the
sound
stream.
does actually
Yeah.
come out of
Yeah, that's a good idea. But you've been told that this gentleman has done some investigating. Just sort of, you kind of got the idea from the last conversation that it's just sort of cursory investigation. Basically, the gentleman that you talked to, Weiss, gave him the information he knew from the officers, and this guy's been kind of digging into it a little bit while he was waiting for a professional. So, where we left off, you were being tailed. You noticed that the figure looked to be like a woman, but you, or looked to be female, I should say, you all decided to just continue going, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
We're leaving exiting at the end.
Okay.
So now Aaron went back to the van. We're on the to leave.
God. There we go. I couldn't remember this person's name, and it was really gonna drive me crazy. Anyway, although I should look up the translation. You arrived. You said you guys arrived in the last session.
No.
We're
No,
leaving.
we're en route.
Van, en route.
Okay.
I think
So
Aaron and
do
I
you?
were traveling together.
Okay. Do you do you just continue? You're okay with what you
Yep.
think is the tale? Okay. All right. Well, you arrive at the shop at the address you've been given, and like I said, Derek, you're not familiar with it. You know, you haven't really had any dealings with this guy, but you sort of knew once the name was given.
Like who I'm dealing with, not that I've actually dealt with them.
Yeah, exactly. You kind of you know by reputation more than anything else. You've never really dealt with him directly. You arrive at the shop. It's older looking, we'll call it. A little shabby, but well kept. It's a little shabby from age, not so much from lack of care. What do you all do?
So I'm gonna get out and look to see if the tail is still.
Give me a sharp roll, Greg. Do I even have it up? Yes, I do. Just not on it. Bloop. You see what you thought was the tail. It passes the street that you're on. So I'm gonna say, kind of how I'm gonna explain this is, you are obviously in like a downtown sort of grid section. You turn off the grid left to go to this pawn shop, and you see the car continue through that intersection.
Okay. Cool. Then I start heading in.
Okay. As you
I want to go
Open-
around back. But
what'd you say?
I want to go around back, but
You are on a row. There is no around back without going all the way around to the end of the block.
I just chill
You-
and have another cigarette on the outside.
You're just gonna chill and have a
Yeah.
cigarette.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
not interested.
You Greg, you open the door and you hear the familiar tinkle of, the little strand of bells that shopkeepers would always keep on their door back in the day before we had the electronic bing bong noise.
bing bong.
Bing bong! There's a customer! And out of the back comes a barrel-chested man. Very, very square man. Stocky. Solid mustache. Looks to be in his 50s, but he might be in his 60s and just aged well. He's starting to gray a little. And he just sort of smiles at you. A little twinkle in his eye.
Weiss is the guy's name at Sunus, right?
Yes, Weiss is who sent you. And he looks at you and goes, "Welcome, welcome. How can I help you?"
Did Mr. Weiss tell you we was coming?
Okay. I'm sorry. I thought you were a customer. Give me a second there, man. He kind of walks around the counter.
Derek, did you come in too, or not?
Yeah, instead of going to the back, I'm going with you.
Okay. So he's like, "Yeah, give me a second there, boys." And he sort of, while he walks out from behind the counter, and you notice, from his gait, he's got a little bit of a limp. You're not sure whether his leg is just damaged or whether he's missing a leg. Or if he's got a prosthetic leg, I should say. But he's got a little bit of a limp. He makes his way kind of slowly around the counter, walks out, and he locks the door behind you and puts out to lunch sign in the door. Follow me, boys. We'll talk in the back here.
Cool. I follow.
Boop, boop. You walk in the back, and Greg, as you're sort of, we'll call it, looking over the stock as you're walking through, you're noticing the normal, pawn shop, your antique here, your knick-knack there. But with your training, you start to notice that some of these artifacts or some of these antiques are of a different value.
Like real value, like high value?
No, not monetary value. They're obviously of monetary value, but you basically start to notice that some of the things this guy deals in are supernatural.
Right, I was just a cult.
Yeah, it's an occult shop, sort of, in the back. And I guess that's kind of what I was getting at earlier. Derek's character obviously wouldn't have heard this, but he buys things that other people won't necessarily buy, but he's not really a criminal. But your character, with your background, you know what that means and why. He is a purveyor of magical items, but they're not, items of great power or anything. It's just
Items that the right
magic.
person that knows what they're doing
Yeah,
might have use for that.
yeah. It's mainly you would recognize it as sort of folk magic. It's not the big stuff. It's my lover can't get it up anymore. The goat has dropped the
The Bob Dole pills.
Yeah, it's more folksy stuff, but it still sort of catches your interest.
Yeah, right. It lets me know a little bit about, what this guy does.
Yeah, what's going on here.
Yep.
And so he takes you into the back. And he says, I take it you're here to talk about his son.
Yeah, that's right. Looking to get any kind of information that's useful from you.
Yeah, nasty bit of business that. Well, he probably told you the first couple of bits. I did some digging. The Sons of Solomon I mean, I think you can get the first reference, but there's a little more meaning there. Henry Jr. He was getting into his roots, you know, and he started getting into the Kabbalah, you know, and from what I've seen so far, I think maybe he got a little too deep.
What makes you say that?
Some of the symbols that were there, and the phrase "Sons of Solomon." It's I mean, obviously it could be used by anti-Semites, but that's a little specific. It's not really my thing. I don't really know that much about it, but from what I've learned, you know, from Henry and my work, let's just say there are some organizations who also have a keen interest in that form of practice, and he was a real curious kid.
I'm not sure if I'm following you. Let me ask you, are you saying that there might be, like, that the Sons of Solomon might be like a real group?
This is out of character, obviously. This is me, not the person you're talking to. You have a vague idea of what he may be alluding to, Greg. You're not quite sure. You are sort of aware of Kabbalah. You know, you've, like I said, you know, your character's been around. You know that it's kind of like the Israelis' version of folk magic. It involves like sacred geometry, blah blah blah. Like, you have some idea of it. So you do know that Solomon himself is supposed to have used Kabbalah to bind the demons that built Solomon's temple. But that's all you really know. But I just wanted to give you some backstory that your character would know, because I think it might be able to help you ask questions, so to speak.
Okay, yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe I misunderstood where you were going
No, you're fine.
with it. Okay.
Look, sorry, go ahead.
When you say symbols, what kind of symbols did you see?
Unfortunately, I was only able to get a peek before the coroners carted him off, but it was I don't know how to describe it. I've only seen these symbols a few times. It's not a language I've ever dealt with.
And these were symbols, they were on his body.
Yeah.
So what I know, like, with the symbols being on his body, does that mean these were symbols he was drawing on himself, or does that mean that somebody else had drawn those symbols on him?
You would guess, given what this guy does, if it was Kabbalah, like if it was symbols that this kid was drawing on himself, he probably would recognize them.
Oh, that this guy would recognize them.
Yeah. Because he just said, he has some familiarity. He's just not a practitioner.
Yeah.
But yeah, he sort of expounds and he just says, "Yeah, I've only seen these symbols a couple of times. Real strange stuff. Don't really know what language it is.
Well, where's the body now?
Morgue. They already. So, unfortunately for you, in Jewish tradition, he has to be
Like the
has to be
24 hours, right?
prepared and buried within 24 hours. So, he's already been prepared. His dad didn't want us to wait.
Do you think you could draw any of these from memory?
Maybe. I just sort of, I recognize them, kind of. I just recognize them. I guess the way I would put it is they stand out in that I've never seen them, but the few times I've seen them, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I got it.
I'm gonna kind of mutter. I don't understand why an Old Testament kid was into some New Testament shit.
Oh wait, are you talking about?
It's actually the other way around.
That's what. So he leans into you and says, "Again, not my place to teach on this, but you actually got it backwards, kid. Christians got into the Kabbalah long after the Jews. Kabbalah that predates the that predates the Israelites. We're talking the people that the Jews came from."
That's crazy. I only listen to the talk of my mother, so I'm not really playing into that shit.
So many layers
So-
there.
So where was he found?
Alleyway, down by the river. Down by the Shoreline Depot.
You'll find a van there.
Man, down by the river.
Down by the river.
It's 1928. They ain't gonna have vans for probably 50 years. Well, not 50, but
He was found in a Model T down by the river.
that's better. That's better.
Why was my Model T spray can?
Actually, you know what? We're retconning that. He was found in a Model A down by the river. Yeah, he was in his car down by the river, and if you guys look, there actually is a it's basically the train depot down by the river.
Okay.
So here-ish.
Was there anything else in the car with him?
Just the stuff on his body and the message.
Well, what was the cause of death?
I couldn't tell you. They really worked the kid over.
So it looked like he'd been roughed up.
Yeah, at first, but the end was ritual.
Yeah, how do you know that?
The way they did it, no other reason to cut the way they cut.
So
And
they
you kind of get what he's getting at. Is there were some weird things done to his body that, as a practitioner himself, he recognizes as some sort of practice. Like somebody was using his body for something.
Do you have any idea how we might find leads on the people that might have done something like this? I imagine there's not all that many people around that are into these kinds of things, right? That
No.
draw those kind of symbols.
You're looking at two groups. One, it's gonna have to be somebody that knows something about Kabbalah for him to have been involved. It seems unlikely to me, but you could check with the local Masons. And Greg, again, is the expert. You're aware that this is why I kind of laughed at your New Testament, Old Testament comment, Derek. Greg, you are aware that within the Masonic order, there is a real Masonic order, so to speak, and that is what it's based on, is the practice of Kabbalah. So that's kind of what he's telling you. He's saying, so he says, you could either check the local Masonic temple, talk to somebody there, or if you ask me, money's on the other side. So I'm going to explain this in out of character just because oh, did that fucking window close?
Two groups were the Masons and what else?
So the first group is the Masons, and he's basically hinting to Greg what Greg kind of already knows, which is there are practitioners of what this kid's been doing amongst the Masons, so he had involvement there. So you could maybe look into what was going on there and what his connections were there. Or the second thing he's offering you is basically the other people you could look into are the people who would want to kill practitioners of Kabbalah. And when it comes to that, hold on, because my fucking
Heading down to the German village.
yeah, we're getting there. But there's a very specific group. I gotta get my history right. So, he looks at you and he says, "You ever heard of the Free Society of Teutonia?"
Have I?
No, this is. You're like, you what?
No. What did Teutania? What? What was that?
German shit. Teutons. They're real big into the whole fucking Aryan thing.
Yeah, I got one of them outside.
Fuck. Did he meet Weiss?
Yeah, it didn't go too good.
Jesus. All right.
Yeah, he spit on his floor. I didn't know what his deal was.
Christ. All right. Well, I mean,
He brought him.
He might come in useful because the group you're gonna have to do some looking into. They don't they don't tend to talk to people who aren't like them. But basically, the long and short of it, the Free Society of Teutonia was a group that existed in the United States. It was one of the earliest Nazi organizations in the United States, and it was the precursor, or I should say one of the precursors to the German-American Bund, which some very predominant Americans belonged to, including Henry Ford. But this is the precursor to all of that. This is basically a group that exists to argue for the existence of a new Reich. And he just kind of looks at you and says, "Yeah, real nuts. They ruined this this Hitler schmuck that took over the Workers' Party over there in Germany.
They what? Did you say ruined?
No, I said they're really into this
Okay,
Hitler
really into it.
schmuck
Gotcha.
that took over the Workers' Party over there in Germany. Yeah, they think he's gonna, solve the debt problem and make a new paradise in Germany. Real weirdos, but let's just say there's some people in that group who are a little more dangerous than others.
Yeah, if they ever get done paying them reparations.
Jesus.
All right. So I can talk to the Masons, or I can talk to these Krauts.
Yeah,
Great.
that's.
All right.
mean, that's where I'd go. That's the only leads I've found so far. Is that the kid he really seemed to be getting deeper than his dad knew on the whole Kabbalah thing, and well, I don't know. Never seemed to have any other sort of enemies, and with what was written on his body, just doesn't. Nothing else adds up,
Okay. All right. I thank you for your time. Is there anything else?
He kind of stops you for a second, and he says, actually, if you don't mind, I got somebody who might be able to help you out a little bit.
Sure, I could use some help. What you got?
There's this girl, smart girl. She that language I was telling you about. She's one of the only other people I've ever known who's seen it. I think she might come in handy.
Okay. All right. Where is she?
Give me a minute. She's probably around here somewhere.
Boop-a-doop, 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 boop.
So I'll leave it up to you, Miss Abigail, how you choose to introduce yourself. But it's obviously you that he's speaking about. Whether he knows you're there or not, I'll leave up to you. But
We cannot hear you. It's weird because now it says you're muted and before you weren't. But there was no sound. Yeah, still no sound.
no. Go into your settings. I think it doesn't have your microphone on.
Well, if it's showing a green ring around her name when she's talking.
It's
Is
not.
it? I don't think it is. Yeah.
No.
So it's not getting any kind of input.
No, it was like that. Mine was on default. My sound was working for everything but Discord. I had to specifically pick my freaking headset.
Yep.
Yeah, me too. I do.
That tells me Windows put out a codec update.
Nope. No.
Luckily, it doesn't affect boards. Because my Yamaha soundboard, it has its own drivers that never get updated. So weird because we heard her earlier.
I know, right? Yeah, everything was working earlier.
How about now?
Yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Nice.
Woohoo!
Okay. say... There we go. I'm gonna say that I was hanging out kind of in the corner. I've been listening in on the conversation because I was already there conducting my own business when you guys walked in. Brandon, how do you want this introduction to go? I don't think that my character would go out of her way to introduce herself.
Okay. He sort of goes around. You see him sort of pop his head around the corner. And what was your character's name again, Abby? Lenora. What does he call you?
Let's go with Nora.
Okay, that sounds about right.
Okay.
Hey, Nora, you still back there? And he's kind of like poking his head around, looking for you.
I don't say anything at first.
God damn it, kid! I know you're here. He's sort of like peeking his head around the stocks and stuff. And he just finally stops and says, "Look, stop fucking around. I got people here I think you need to talk to."
Step out of a little kind of alcove that's behind the group, actually. I'm not where the old man thinks I am.
Yep.
I'm kind of standing behind them, and I pop my head out. And when he comes around the corner, he sees me.
God, I fucking hate it when you do that. I hate it so goddamn much. And after he gets himself back together, he just finally goes, "This young lady's name is Nora." He kind of looks back at you, Greg, because I would imagine he's picked up on the fact that you're the only one who seems to be in the know, so to speak. And he just kind of looks at you for a second, and he goes, "She's like I said, she's seen some of this weird shit before." And then he kind of stares you in the eyes for a minute and says, "And she can be pretty useful when she needs to be."
Okay, so Brock turns to Nora and says, so how old is she? Like, how old does she look?
Do you want me to do my character description that
Yep.
I wrote?
Yep, you gotta tell the group what you look like.
And I'm sorry. Okay.
You don't have to give your backstory or anything, but you have to give a brief what you look like at the very least.
Okay. Well, I wrote out something relative, book-like in description. Is that okay?
Sure.
Okay. Lenora Lavelle is a young woman of Romani descent. Every bit of her appearance stands in counterposition to the rest. She recently reached 23 years of age, but the dark circles from countless sleepless nights and dulled skin tone from her night-faring lifestyle make her look older than she is. Her curly, raven-colored hair tumbles wildly over her shoulders and down to her mid-back. Silvery streaks stand out starkly, especially apparent in the braids woven haphazardly throughout the layers. Her eyes are a light hazel and would shine like liquid gold were it not for the immense fatigue and profound sadness that dulled them to a deep ochre shade. Her outfit rarely varies aside from color, her wardrobe largely made up of black or gray pants and a matching waistcoat, a neutral-toned blouse, a scuffed but sturdy pair of knee-high leather boots, and her ever-present burgundy cloak. Whenever out in public or amongst people she doesn't know, Lenora hides her visage under the heavy shade of the hood on her cloak, drawing it closely around her in an attempt to fade into the background. On her waist hang two belts that crisscross over one another, adorned with a small array of items. On the left side, there's a small pouch fringed with porcupine quills and flanked by a knife in a leather sheath. On the right, a small caliber revolver sits in its holster, securing strap undone for quick access. The most noticeable item, however, is a 5-inch tall glass reliquary, capped on either end by intricately filigreed pieces of metal, and tied to her belt with an old strip of leather. When lost in thought, Lenora toys with the reliquary absent-mindedly, her thumb passing over the strange lettering on the lid over and over again, the gold leafing worn down to the dull silver beneath. Inside the reliquary are what look like pieces of smoky quartz, ranging in size, that clink together softly when she walks. Most of the time, her posture is intentionally relaxed, usually leaning back in her chair or up against a wall in the darkest corner of whatever hovel she is posted up in for the evening. The average onlooker might assume that she was disinterested in her surroundings, bored even. Lenora uses those assumptions to her advantage. Those who know Lenora well, and they are few and far between, know that she is always on the alert. She rarely interacts with others of her own volition, preferring instead to listen intently to the conversations around her as her eyes flit about, seeking to take in all of her surroundings. When some unsuspecting soul does approach her, all Lenora must do is lift her face to the light to send them scurrying away. You see, Lenora's most defining feature isn't one that she was born with, but one that she gave herself. The left side of her otherwise pretty face marred by a burn scar from an accident that occurred when she was just 18 years old. The scar covers the lower left quadrant of her face, creating a jagged topography that stretches from the middle of her cheek over her jawline and down her neck, and from the bottom of her left ear to the corner of her mouth. The skin here is taut, the color of burnt caramel, and warps her face into a permanent smirk. The effect is even more pronounced when she smiles, the teeth on the left side almost completely exposed from where the flesh on the inside of her cheek and lips has receded. With each glance in her direction, the observer's wariness increases. Lenora seems unstable. She was like a living Tesla coil, barely within a cage of her own construction, and crackling with an unnerving energy that might be released at any moment, equally liable to destroy her as anyone else. That's my description.
Okay. And I just wanted to know what he was going to call you. That's good.
Generally a menacing character. I mean...
Yeah. I'm trying to think of how he's, what his reaction is. I think he's probably taken off guard.
I mean...
Which is unusual for him. I think he probably stares for a second, taking her in. And then, struggles for something to say and then says, have you had the backstory? Do you know what we're doing?
Heard enough.
Okay, you comfortable riding with us?
Comfortable is a strong term, but I'm willing to see what you guys do and how I fit into all of this.
What's your opinion of where we should go? What do you think? The temple or the Teutons?
And coming out of character slightly, reiterate to me what these two places are.
The Masonic Temple or the crazy extremist Germans.
The Nazis.
You don't know they're Nazis. You just know that they are German Americans who support the German American or the German whatever the
nationalism.
Yeah, the National Socialist Workers Party.
Yeah.
Nazis. Excuse me.
Yeah. They weren't the Nazis yet, though. Actually, I think they may have become the Nazis like the year before this, but splitting hairs.
I think that they actually.
Shemazel.
I think it's actually 1933, but carry on.
Oh no, they become the party long before they rise to power. Yeah, they changed to Nazis in the 20s. I just forget exactly what year it was.
It's 20. It's 20. It's 27 right now, right?
27 right now. Yeah.
Okay.
If any of you could see the future, you would know that within the next. The way I would describe the setting you're in is you are at the very tail end of the fuck around generation. Like, this is the very end of the Roaring 20s, and literally, if you could see into the future, within the year will be the stock market crash that causes the Great Depression. So, things are good overall for the people who have money, but shit's starting to hit the fan for those who don't. And
Were you gonna say something else?
who, me? No, go ahead.
Okay. Well, I think if your goal is to try to find cooperators, maybe the temple would be a better choice for now.
Yeah, well, my goal is not necessarily to find cooperators, but we may need cooperators to accomplish my goal. That reminds me of another question. These Germans, how much muscle are we talking about, right? So if, one of them, a few of them disappears, how much trouble are we talking about?
Well, it's gonna depend on how deep this goes. If it's just, one of their ilk got out of line, took the kid out, no worry. Low level, you know how it is. If it gets a little deeper, some of these guys are, they're not exactly what they come off as. Military officers, things like that. When they were back in Germany, I should say. A little more well protected. The old money, hell, some of them are technically still royalty. So, it's just gonna depend what kind of member you're talking about.
All right. Yeah, it sounds like we might need to go talk to the Masons first, find out a little bit more about what we're getting into. I think you're right. Let's go.
All right.
Just a quick reminder. I'm sorry. Just a quick reminder that you still need to give me my vision
Oh, your vision for
this game.
something that's gonna happen.
Yeah. Just letting you know. I didn't want you to forget.
Aaron,
I'm gonna pull up my bat and say,
You see bratwurst.
just one
Broccoli.
coming at your face.
as you are standing there smoking your cigarette,
Mm.
all of a sudden this image bursts in your head. It's almost painful. And you see a silver car come around a corner and then open fire.
This street.
You don't know. However, the sense you get, the emotion that you get from the vision is cover your ass. You, in other words, what I'm saying is that you are not sure it's this street, but it has your spidey sense tingling like a motherfucker.
Okay. As that's going on, as you guys are, I don't know. What do you want me to do?
What did you say, Aaron?
I don't know what you want me to do at this point. Do I see them coming out at this point?
It's completely up to you. You just, you get a vision of what is essentially a drive-by.
Mm-hmm.
From the point of view of the people doing the drive-by.
And I don't see like it doesn't give me a clear enough vision that this is happening on this street or at this location.
Now, you see the car from basically the vision is you see from the back seat the car turn a corner and the guy looks to his right and there's, your character might not recognize it, but what we would recognize as a Tommy gun. and you see his hands pick it up, and then you see him put it out the window and begin to fire from his perspective. And the sound of breaking glass.
All right, I don't know where they are compared to where I am at this point, but I literally would walk into the door frantic.
Okay. Do you say anything?
I go, we need to take cover. Now.
What does everybody do?
So I would imagine this happens as we were about to start walking out.
Yeah, you're getting ready to walk out the door, and all of a sudden this frantic German comes cramering into the space.
How much do I know? I don't remember what I found out about his character last week. I don't feel like I know that he's got psychic powers, do I?
You just,
Derek, you didn't mention anything. Yeah,
No, I didn't. mention
Derek
anything.
just kind of knows. Well, Derek knows that there is something about me.
Yeah, you. But
He knows things.
Yeah, I know
So-
things before they happen. To a point that it's kind of disturbing. It's more than just luck. I'll throw it off as luck. But
Okay.
he's the only one that has taken interest in
So-
me.
So he comes in, and he comes in, he looks frantic, and he says, what again?
I tell you guys, we need to get down now.
Okay,
Yell in and I say, the back room.
I'll just start muttering door frames and tubs.
I'm gonna pull my shotgun off my back and drop down onto like one knee, like in a crouch position. Can I go ahead?
As you all are saying this, and as Aaron comes bursting through the door,
Well, I would drop as I'm saying this.
you see the beginning of a silver car that, if any of you have the presence of mind in the moment and you're a car person, you don't really recognize. It's a foreign model. But anyway, that probably doesn't matter anyway, because as you see this silver hood start to pass, gunfire starts to rip through the front of this building. Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
you're safe.
I tried to give you a warning. Get down!
Get the fuck down!
Get down! In the chopper!
Get to the chopper! Alright, I will let everybody choose the stat they will use. You will either select cool or sharp. Give me a cool or a sharp roll. Obviously, Chris and Tony, you are exempt from this since you were not there to be shot at yet.
Well, fine.
Yet. I'll remember that.
Yeah.
I roll.
Whichever's higher for you, whichever one you feel is more appropriate for your character. Actually, for your character, you could even use weird if you really want. Like if you want to try to do something magical.
Sorry, let me clarify.
Oh,
Like,
sorry, that
literally,
fucked
what
up for
do
me.
I roll?
Oh,
Like,
there's
not in person, but in the game, what dice am I supposed to be rolling?
on the side you'll actually see the dice next to the sharp. You see the red die?
Yeah, I see that.
You can click that.
Yep.
And it'll automatically roll it. It's usually 2d6 for this game. Though, just for your FYI.
Is the number of d6 equal to the number in your skill? Because I'm trying to understand what the number does.
It's
know.
a plus. It's just like in D&D. It's a plus to the.
Oh, okay.
if I
So it's a
remember
plus
correctly.
2 if you're a sharp
Yeah.
2. Okay.
And just remember, you can use your luck point. Use a luck point to automatically roll a 12 if you don't feel like you're gonna fail.
Taking the failure. Yeah. Everybody in? Did it send your roll there, Abby?
Sorry, I'm still familiarizing myself on how to use this. I couldn't even figure out how to get to my character sheet because it doesn't make any sense. So hold on a second.
You're fine.
There you
Is
go.
that it?
Yep.
All right. However, I did not tell you this, so I'm going to give you a freebie on this. Anytime you use your magic, you are chancing exposing yourself, so to speak, like of a normie seeing it, so to speak. So think of like Harry Potter. You don't want to try to use magic around the normies if you don't have to. But the only reason I'm letting you know is because you did use magic, so I'm just letting you know for the future that, like, in this world, there's, like, a magical underground. Most people don't know any of this shit exists. So just keep that in mind. And also, since you chose to weird it up, how are you using your powers to try to save yourself? Also, you're muted. Okay.
I know. I like to take a second to think about it instead of just going and sounding like a fucking idiot. So
I don't like.
You're
to
in light
breathe on
company.
camera.
I'm an
I don't
idiot.
like to-
I'll
I
I'm
don't
it
like
up.
to breathe on camera.
yeah, to each their own. I would say that because of the nature of my powers, I maybe use them to create like a smoke screen. So that
Okay.
there's general cover within the store.
Okay.
Also, I will say that I believe I'm still partially obscured by the alcove since I was hiding to begin with.
Fair. Alright, so Brock, you rolled a 10. I'm gonna say, given your history, you kind of had an idea of what was about to happen between the kid freaking out and the car rolling up. Or, you know what? Actually, this makes more sense. You're a paranoid person because of your profession. So, when the kid comes in screaming, you look outside, and you look outside just in time to see the gun's barrel start to come out of the car, and you hit the fucking deck too. Derek?
Well, what I had said that I did when he ran in was I pulled out my shotgun and I went down.
Yeah.
So, yeah. So I wanna if we can, I want to see if I can take a shot at these motherfuckers as they drive away.
Oh, absolutely. So, Derek, unfortunately for you,
I didn't tuck out of the way all the way.
you didn't make it. Lars has been hit, but he's only been grazed, so I only want you to mark 1 harm. You caught it in the side, basically.
Didn't it tuck all the way back?
And Abby, we have a mixed success. So Abby, you put up this smoke screen, and it's great. You have provided cover for the rest of the group. However, to do that, you were still standing in the open space, or you were still standing where the shooting was happening. So you also get grazed, but like Derek, unlike Derek, you don't actually take any harm because what you get grazed by is actually shrapnel from the alcove, from the wall you're standing next to. And in this game, if it doesn't actually do like an injury to you, it doesn't count as harm. So you don't have to mark harm.
It is but flavor. You
Yes,
got
it is.
splinters.
It is but wood chunks you have to pick out of yourself later. as you all react, and I'll let you all choose how you react from this point, obviously, but you had the foreknowledge, Aaron, so let's start with you. You hit the deck first. What are you doing after you hit the deck?
Well, I'm kind of screaming, Scheiße! Motherfuckers! I'm
Fair.
I'm very angry, and my paranoia kicks in, and I start, like, you see me take the snub nose out, and I'm just like sitting up against a wall, like kind of like the gun in my hand, and you just hear me just these utterances in German, illegible, can't understand what the hell I'm saying.
Fair. Greg, I'm assuming you want to try to take a shot.
Oh
at
yeah,
the
he
vehicle.
yeah he pops up and he's gonna run out like in a crouch run, you know what I mean, and take a shot at these motherfuckers.
Okay, so I'm saying in the amount of time you have, you're not going to be able to run forward yet. You hit the deck. You have you grab your shotgun as you're hitting the deck. You pop back up and you're able to take a shot at them. I want you to roll me whatever your attack stat is. For you, I think it might be a tough.
I don't know where I would see that.
It's kick some ass.
I think it's sharp.
Kick some ass. It might be sharp. There are characters that it's sharp. I just assumed that for yours it would be tough, but it might not be.
So if you look up, do you see the Hunter Moves reference?
I see the moves, yeah.
Brack.
And you'll see kick some ass. You'll tell you when you get on a fight or kick some ass, roll a plus tough or yeah.
I don't see kick some ass.
Hit where it says Hunter Move reference. Click the kick.
Yeah, here you got to open this up.
You got to open it. The triangle, the red triangle to the left of it.
Of which?
Of Hunter Moves references.
In
Reference.
roll 20, yeah.
Roll-
Yeah, in roll 20.
Oh, I'm looking at my character
Yes,
sheet though. I have
I
it
was
expanded.
looking-
It's not
Yeah.
there.
It's above it. In the D20, in the roll 20 character sheet, unless you're not using it.
I am.
Oh, okay.
Oh, there I see it. Now
Yeah,
it's somebody expanded it for me. Okay.
I did. I did.
And you'll see kick some
Okay,
ass.
so I roll plus tough. Okay.
Actually,
okay.
let me check real quick.
Yeah, because that's
'Cause
saying
you-
everybody's rolling plus tough.
When you need something
that.
unusual, rare, roll plus sharp.
Yeah, I think it's all plus tough for that.
Well, it depends on the class.
Mhm.
Some of the classes change it, and I could have swore his does make it sharp.
Yeah, I thought I saw something about that, but I don't think it does for this.
I am going to
Like I've got
roll-
preparedness, but
I am going to rule, Greg, that for your ranged weapons, it is sharp. You're allowed to use sharp, and we'll make it tough for your melee weapons.
Okay, cool. All right, then I'm gonna roll.
Because that makes more sense to me. I don't think you need to be very tough to use.
And I don't.
a gun.
I don't have to put anything in the plus minus forward, right? I just hit submit.
Mhm. Yeah, you just
10.
wheat. So, you pop up. You take your shot. What type of? I'm just for flavor. What type of ammo do you have in this shotgun? Is it like bird shot? Is it a slug? Do you have fucking silver buckshot or something in it? Like what's your ammo of choice?
No, it'd be a slug.
Okay. You pop up, and you don't have time to get cute with it, so you just pop a slug into the driver's side door. And you see an absolute spray of blood as the car careens off to the right and sort of, not like hard, of course, they're going like, 15 miles per hour or something at this point, but sort of careens off and hits up against a light pole. Or a utility pole, I should say.
Nice.
However, as you do that, you see 3 men come out of this vehicle, all armed. And out of the driver's side door rolls a 4th who is missing his right arm from below the elbow. Your deer slug caught him in the arm he was driving with.
Nice.
Reindeer games.
I didn't realize that I had the disarm ability.
Disarm.
That's nice.
So-
with the shotgun straight out.
He rolls out of the car screaming. And you see his friends try to scramble. 2 of them look to be taking cover to return fire, or continue firing, I should say. And the 3rd one looks like he might be going for the driver's seat. As that happens, Derek, you've been shot. You're down, I will say, but you're not injured enough that you're out. But I want to know what you're doing after getting shot. How do you react?
Can I just pull out with my 9mm in frustration and just pop off some shots?
You can certainly always try. Give me a sharp.
And every time I hear a gunshot, it's freaking me the hell out. Oh, Jesus!
I'm just rolling horribly today.
Well, you got 2 experience.
Yeah, I mean,
Luckily for you, Derek, in this situation, failure only means no, it does not mean success. You don't hit anything.
No, not in the exact situation. You just get the experience because
Yeah.
once you fill up the 5 boxes,
Yes.
you
Yeah,
get
if
something.
you fail
for
enough,
failing.
you learn from your failure.
Yeah.
But so you pop off these shots, but between being injured and the fact that Greg causes the car to careen, you don't hit a fucking thing. You are we're basically calling it like the old if you watch Archer, the covering fire. You're literally just shooting into the fucking wild.
I'll just crack off some shots, fall down from my bullet, and be like, not Nazi motherfuckers.
As this is happening, the couple of shots hit up, and I get a vision in my head of a door slamming, and this yellow gas is choking me as I sit there, gasping for breath and coughing, spitting.
Aaron,
I'm not doing well.
you're not doing well. Yeah, you don't like gunfire. So I'm going to need you.
At least not this close to the visions.
Yeah,
going off.
you just had a big vision. So
It's kicking me back to other visions I've had, and I'm suffering some PTSD moments.
what do you roll when you're fighting your dark side? I can't remember. Gonna bother me.
I can ask you to do Nancy things when your powers need you to. If you do whatever is asked, mark experience. If you don't, then your powers are unavailable.
I want you to roll a cool for me.
A 9, mixed success.
Okay.
Not horrible.
You are keeping it together, but you are very aware that it's about to get out. That you are, or I should say that you are about to have a breakdown.
All right. Can I take an experience point for this or no? It's up to you. Because it says if I do whatever is asked, mark experience.
Yeah, go for it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm seeing the imagery as I'm coughing and spewing. Well, you know, in my head, what I think is blood, as I see children and women around me all dying right beside me. It's not a
So,
great
Aaron,
visual.
how do you react to this? How are you? Because you haven't lost control,
Right.
but you are on the edge.
It causes me to just kind of teeter and back and forth a little bit, and you see me coughing and spewing. You know, it's not vomit, but it's, you know, just
Yeah, you're. What's the term? It's basically saliva.
Yeah.
You're salivating harder
Yeah,
because you
it's-
think you're vomiting.
yeah, and
I forget what that reflex
it's-
is called.
yeah, but it does take a moment. I suddenly do get some clarity, as then I'm taken aback because now the place is a dusty mess and it's foggy and I am
Yeah,
like,
you come back to reality, and I want to let the rest of you know you got your first 2 shots off before her
Mhm.
fog completely fills the space. Now it is
Yeah, so I'm,
very specifically. I want to describe this effect for you. It's like she started a campfire indoors. The whole room. It's like you shut off the flue on a
okay.
fireplace,
Which
and the whole
definitely-
room is filled with smoke.
It definitely doesn't help me.
Yeah. Yeah.
I suddenly am staying low. I start to like panic, but I just start staring at my hands with the gun in my hand to like focus on something I know is real.
Okay. Abby, as you finished your smoke cloud, how do you react? You've been we'll call it, you've got like some shrapnel in your one shoulder, but you're fine other than that. You're not really harmed. It doesn't hinder you in any way.
Is gunfire still actively happening, or has enough of a distraction been created by what else is going on?
So, gunfire has been happening. You heard the automatic gunfire. That was happening until Greg's shotgun went off, and then there was a small pause in the gunfire, basically, from them hitting the
pole.
utility pole. So there, basically, you heard a whole shit ton of gunfire, and then for a half second, there is no gunfire.
So, first of all, I'm so sorry. I'm like doing 2 things at once. If this hasn't already been addressed, smoke does rise. So if Aaron is on the ground, there should be less of an impact happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, everything coming together, it kind of just messed with my head.
I'm gonna say
Aaron
that-
has trauma.
I'm gonna say that from my vantage point, I can see the shotgun blast happen, and I try to use that opportunity to run and jump over the counter to get
Okay.
towards the back of the store.
Okay. You know what? Don't even roll for me. I think your character's more than dexterous enough to pull that off as like a normal move, not a roll cool for me or whatever. Okay, so you two are returning fire. One of you effectively. One's behind the counter. Aaron is on the floor in the corner by the door.
Trying to gain composure.
Aaron, roll a sharp for me.
Failure.
Since you're the closest to the door, that's okay. Yeah, you guys are rolling real bad tonight. It's kind of impressive. So Aaron, you're freaking out. So, you see, but you don't see is the way I'm going to put this. As you are fighting your visions, you look outside. You're still on the ground, so you kind of, or sitting on the ground. So with all this smoke, you sort of have the best vantage point, and you see another car roll up, or it must have rolled up at some point. You're obviously confused. You're not sure, but there's another car, or maybe it's a truck behind the silver car down the block, and the door is open, and out of the open door of this car, the back door, I should say, of this car, Tony, would you like to describe your character?
Jesus.
It's just shy of 7 feet tall. About the build of your average WWE wrestler, but just has a very pallid gray skin, just very oddly complected. But yeah, above average size guy.
To you, Aaron.
Huh?
So, to you, Aaron, what you see come out of this car
Yeah.
with all the smoke and the gunfire is like a fucking nightmare. It's like a giant out of Norse legend. And you see this man, this giant man, come running from this first car, and as your friends are
As you do.
returning fire at this group of people who, Tony, so all you were told was to follow these guys and keep an eye on them, but specifically to step in if there was any trouble. There's trouble. And you see 3 guys, at least from your vantage point, and they've opened fire. So basically we're gonna retcon it. You don't drive yourself, but there is a woman who works for Mr. Weiss who helps take care of you. She's who they saw tailing them. You were in the back of the car, just chilling, laying down, as is your wont, because you weren't doing anything. So you the lady, pretty well trained, she passed them so they wouldn't know that they were being tailed by you. However, she parked around the block and then heard gunfire. So this is your chance to react. I will let you choose how you choose to support the people you've been tasked to protect.
How far am I from the 3 gunmen?
I'm gonna say she gets you pretty close because of the wreck. I will say you are. I'd give it a good 50 yards. You're about 50 yards from where they are.
I just have this image of the Gray Hulk in like a full 19 like gangster like clothing. Suspenders, suit jacket. With a hat.
Hulk smash! So Tony, you look down the street and you see on each side of the street is a line of either stalls or cars. So you have cover on the street. Also, they're not aware of your presence. They're focused on the storefront. They were firing into the storefront, and now they are coming out of the car and aiming back towards the storefront again. So I'll let you decide how you want to.
So I can flank them and they're not going to see me.
Depending on how you do it, but they're not aware of you yet. Or at least you don't think they're aware of you yet. They seem to be focused on the group.
Okay. I will start making my way as quickly as possible towards the gunman then.
Alright, while he's running up, you're all where you are. It's a free-for-all. So just to let you all know how this works, this is not necessarily a turn of order. This is whoever would be appropriate to reacts, and you sort of rely on knowing what character is useful in what moment. So, the scene is, the room is filled with smoke. Greg and Aaron, you are aware of where the gunmen are.
Did they come into the store? Sorry, I went to the restroom.
No, they are still outside. You're on the ground.
Outside?
Yeah, you don't see them, Derek. You the smoke has obscured them from you. Same with you, Abby, since you were the point of origin. And like I said, the one guy is, you think, down for the count. He rolled out and he's got a stump for an arm, and he seems to be bleeding pretty profusely. And then the other 3 seem to be trying to find cover behind the car or something nearby to return fire.
So
How do you react?
I'm on the ground, right? Like laying down on the ground.
I'll say, I'll leave this up to you, but I will say that you rose to like a kneeling position to fire. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna take a shot at the guy who I thought was trying to get back behind the wheel of the car.
Get back behind the car. Okay, give me a sharp. And I'm just gonna home roll this for everybody. If unless your character sheet says something otherwise, like obviously weird, we'll say sharp for ranged attacks, tough for melee attacks, unless your character sheet says otherwise, because I think it's really stupid for tough to be the roll for a gun.
I got an 11. Somebody's got a.
Oh yeah.
High.
11?
So, you definitely hit. As this guy is running for the car, or at least what you think is, he's trying to get back behind the wheel, you pop up and fire off, rip off another shot, and you hit him dead in the hip. And it just obliterates his hip. being a deer slug. Good chance he's already dead from the shock, or at least unconscious, but you're not sure. But he definitely ain't moving towards the car anymore. Anybody else in this moment wish to do a thing?
Oh, okay. Go on. I'll do my next.
I was thinking I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna try to like
Scramble out.
scramble out.
Okay.
You
don't need to give me a roll for that. That's
yeah. But I want to do is I want to use my telepathy at this point, and I just want to try to reach out to one of those people that are coming out of the car. I want to hear something.
So you're trying to hear their thoughts.
Yeah.
You reach out towards the one. There's one that is sort of in the moment. You see him starting to like mount his gun up on the ass end of the car to return fire.
Right. It even says there's one that says manipulate someone without speaking. I actually like if I saw there was a gun that was going to be pointed at, let's say, Greg's character. I want to fuck with that guy. I want to make it so he's going to miss.
As you roll weird for me.
Mixed success.
Cool. Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
You reach out and you feel him. It's from his perspective, you know. You're literally seeing things from his perspective, and you feel him bringing his body in line and trying to focus on bringing his gun to bear. And I want you to decide what you're going to try to do to break that focus. Because he's not really thinking anything right now. It's sort of autonomic, you know. He's just trying to bring his gun to bear.
Okay. I mean, any type of intrusive thought that you have no control over suddenly kind of coming into his head. And I'm basically going to say, he just hears, 9! Like in a deep guttural voice.
As you project this into his head, you don't see it, Aaron, but Greg, you fire at the guy who's running towards the car and you see his hip explode, and you swing your shotgun to the right, knowing that the other two are trying to clear and go behind the car. And right as you're starting to bring your shotgun in line, you see that the one's bringing his Thompson gun down on you. And all you can think is, fuck. And right as that happens, obviously you don't know why, but he goes, and just as he starts firing, he does this, and it peels up over your shoulder and barely misses you.
I scream butterfly in German. Oh, Jesus!
Well, how I'm imagining this is like, basically what you've done is like in like a German school teacher voice screamed 9 from like back behind him, and he's like, it's that, you know, like that school kid coming back, and he's just like for a second, and it's just enough to like force between that and the recoil from the Tommy gun, it's enough to just rip it up and to the left, and it goes right past.
Thank you, Derek. Yes, Schmetterling.
Just straight up boy butterfly.
All right, so 2 of them are dead. The first one, the third one is trying to shoot but distracted. The fourth one is coming to bear. How are you all reacting?
I'm gonna probably mutter to myself. Mama will say, there'll be days like this, and like just tie up my handkerchief around my mouth, and just start heading towards Greg with my fucking bat to protect him.
I get behind the car and I sit against the car.
Put my gun away. I'm over this. I'm just gonna go fucking claw some shit.
Abby, how are you reacting to this?
I'm the old man, and we go to the back of the store.
Okay, great. I love that. Tony,
Yes.
you see, as you come running up, you see one guy, and his hip just explode.
Okay.
There's another guy down on the ground, who's missing part of his arm, but he's still conscious. This is just kind of like what you're seeing as you're running up. And then behind this car that wrecked into the post, into the utility pole, you see 2 guys trying to mount up and fire. And one guy starts to kind of swing your direction, and for a second, you think you're about to be fired upon, but he doesn't actually swing your way. Like, the best way I would put it is he starts to swing your way, but it's only like a quarter turn. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't do a full turn towards you. He just sort of quarter turns. You've closed to, I'm going to say in that, 2 seconds, you've closed to within about 20 yards. What do you want to do? I'm basically saying you're within running distance. What do you want to do?
I want to run up to the guys that are still armed and about to level their weapons. And I would like to grab one of them by the feet and use him as a weapon to strike the other one.
in layman's
You really
terms,
know the way to a DM's heart.
You want to beat a motherfucker with a motherfucker.
With another motherfucker. It's my favorite. It really is my favorite. So I'm gonna say, you come running up. I want you to give me a tough.
All right.
Great. Love it. You come running up, and as you're bounding in, you grab the first guy with your left hand around the throat, pick him up, and just start slamming him into the other guy. So I want you to give me a second tough.
Tough in a row.
Puny God.
Beauty.
That's even better.
It
There you
takes
go.
it takes you 2 quick jabs. You run up, you grab this guy by the throat, and you jab him twice into his buddy, and in doing that, your hand goes through the first guy's neck, and you crush, not like completely, but like concave skull fracture the second guy using the first guy's head. Like, the force of slamming the first guy's head into the second guy's head causes a concave skull fracture, and this dude just crumples. So basically, the first guy's head is like wet noodle in your hand. It's like just wagging. and the second guy just literally caves and just like, you know, that like half moon injury you see in like Braveheart and just drops to the ground.
This is a goddamn weird day, even for me.
Right?
Chris's character's not even showing up. That's gonna make it even fucking weirder.
your day's gonna get weirder.
Chris has been just drinking this whole entire time, waiting. You know,
Just on Reddit, you know, perusing,
I know. I'm sorry.
listening. Never
The
good.
next time we do this,
Crash
I'm
from the
definitely gonna
outside
Scooby Doo
trying to
you
play.
guys. We're gonna do it traditionally. I tried to let you guys do it more of a D&D style of just
You're fine.
free range characters, but I think next time we're gonna have to Scooby Doo you and have some sort of backstory for how you're all together beforehand. So there's none of you waiting an entire fucking session for your character to be introduced. Because
Yeah, it's more cinematic though. We understand.
it is, I know it is. It's the story, but I would still like to not make you guys wait. So, to you, Abby, you're like, you and the old man are like peeking your head out from the back, because all of a sudden you hear gunfire.
Fuck about anyone else.
Oh, I know.
I am not looking. I am just leaving out the back and into the alleyway. I have
Fair.
left you all.
But whoever's in the cover of the smoke still, all of a sudden you hear a really loud yell. What sounds vaguely like a car accident. You hear like glass shatter and something just against what you assume to be a car, and then all gunfire stops.
Jesus.
For Greg and Aaron, you witness the whole thing. Greg, for you, front row center, what basically you see happen is gunfire shoots past your shoulder, and right as you're recovering from that to like bring your gun up and shoot at the guy that shot at you, you see his fucking head explode. Like, you basically see what, imagine, like, a free safety in football that hit when they get to sprint, like, half the field before they make contact. Imagine that, but it's a hand instead of, like, a whole spear tackle. You just see this thing come running up, and this giant fucking hand just smash both of them into the side of the car, and they collapse. And then he just sort of turns to you and looks at you.
Who the hell are you?
Yes.
Yeah. Yes.
He's gonna lower his shotgun. He's still holding it, you know. He's like lowering his shotgun, and he moves like slowly at first, you know, but then like, you know, with more purpose, and goes over to the body of the driver, and he wants to check this guy out. He wants to, like, I'm just gonna try it, but he's like half checking this guy out and half looking at the big dude, right? Like just, you know, still kind of like distracted.
Sloth,
what the
love,
fuck?
chunk.
Right. So,
But he wants to check the guy to see if there's, like, you know, what does he got on him, you know?
I if I may,
as this is
I don't know. Oh, go ahead.
no, go ahead.
I was gonna say-
I was just gonna say, because you went out the back with the old man, Abby. As you guys are running, you hear the gunfire stop, and he sort of stops you, basically worried about his store. So what I'm saying is that you're absolutely right. It makes sense, but he stops you. You try to run with him, and you basically get into the alley that runs behind the row that his shop is in, and you kind of hunker down there for a second, and as you try to run again, you can't get him to run with you. He's worried about his store. And Aaron, what were you trying to do?
I was gonna get up at that point once it got quiet. Very hesitant, gun in my hand, but swiftly changing my. Is there anybody conscious in the four men?
Of the men, there is one person, the guy who lost his arm at the beginning. It hasn't been enough time for him to have lost consciousness from the blood loss yet, so he is still.
And that's the guy I wanted to search.
You're right. I proceed to walk over with it as you're walking over to him, and I just have a gun to his head, and I just tell him. I ask him, "Who are you? Who has sent you?"
Do you say it to him in English?
Yes.
Okay. He just rolls over and just says, fuck my arm. And as you ask him, who he is, he just kind of looks at you and says, fuck you. He's just kind of holding his bleeding stump.
No, fuck you. And I telepathically force him. I tell him in his brain, who are you and who sent you?
Give me a weird.
Yeah, I'm going, I'm pissed. You fucked me, you fucked up my head. I'm angry.
It's like the worst version of Treblo.
12! Max success. Advanced success. Ooh.
He doesn't actually say anything, but a flood of images come to his head, and you recognize the imagery.
Great.
It's not party imagery, but it is imagery you would recognize as we'll call it a Teutonic organization, as a like pro-German organization. However, he also, you get the sense, very strangely, actually, this is something you've only experienced once before, or I should say twice before now, you get the sense that he's aware that you're in his head. And you see his jaw tense. What do you do?
I point the gun at him, and I turn to the other guy, to Greg's character. Sorry, I'm forgetting your name.
Brock.
Hey, Brock, I've got what we need. Should I kill him?
As you're turning to say that to Brock, I want you... Actually, you know what? No.
Because I'm like down next to this guy.
Yeah.
Because I was
Don't even give me a sharp roll. He says this to you, and as he's turning towards you, you already know it'd be a waste to shoot him. He's already dead.
It's out of our hands.
Aaron, as your character looks back down, you notice his eyes glassing over, and you're aware enough of some of the things that have gone on to know he had a cyanide tooth.
Only
The
thing
jaw-
left to do now is go through his pockets and look for loose change.
Mostly that.
I actually spit on him. Not you, Greg. I spit on his face. And I go, coward.
But I literally am going through his pockets. I want to see if he's got any kind of like ID on him and stuff like that.
Watches and rings off and.
So, just for flavor, Derek, you find a gold band and we'll say about $10 in cash. That like not today's money equivalent, like then $10 in cash.
Yeah, I'm really excited about that one.
Yeah.
$10 back then was a lot of money.
Yeah. Yeah, you just found like $100.
Yeah.
But
You just got fed
Greg.
for a week and a half. 2
Yeah.
weeks.
Greg, you check his pockets and you find his wallet, and you check his wallet and you find an ID. It's a Michigan ID.
Is it a Michigan ID?
Yep, Michigan ID. Guy seems to be a local. His name is Mark Hemmler.
Oh, he found the equivalent of $171.94. That's what $10 was in 1927.
Yeah.
Damn.
His name is Mark Hemmler.
Hemmler. And I'm also going to say that you and Derek both, as people who operate in the criminal world, you know that response time in this era isn't great, but with something this big, it's not going to be terribly long. So
Right.
I want you to keep that in mind as you go forward.
Yeah. That's all I wanted. So I'm gonna stand up and say, "Let's get the fuck out of here."
So as you're
With me.
all making stock of the situation, the old man comes back. The old man comes back around the corner from the back of his shop, and you just see him kind of, the smoke's pretty much dissipated, but the entire front glass of his store is completely shattered. The store storefront of the store has been all shot to hell. He comes walking back out, and you see him kind of pick up one item, and God damn it, I really like that. And he comes out to you, and he just says, "What the hell was that about?"
You know as much as me at this point. I'm getting out of here. All aboard that's going aboard.
Son of a bitch.
And I'm getting
So,
behind the wheel of the car.
Yeah. So, Nora, he kind of turns to you, and he just says to you, "Get the hell out of here. Come check back in with me in a week. You know how it is. If you ain't here when they get here, they ain't gonna find you. Now get the hell out of here."
I nod and then I tell him, also calm yourself. You know the really valuable stuff isn't even here.
He just smiles at you and kind of like pats you on your head, and he just says, "Get the hell out of here!" And you see him pull what looks kind of like an orb out of a bag on his hip, and just says, "Get the hell out of here! I'll try to take care of this mess." And I'll leave you all to decide how you want to proceed. Where do you want to go? What do you want to do?
Well, I proceed to tell.
Would you all like to leave, or would you like to wait for the police?
No,
Oh, I'm in the.
We're getting in the
I'm
car.
in the car. Yeah, I'm getting the fuck out.
Yeah,
And I'm waiting to see who comes.
Right.
You know what I mean? But
I
it's-
proceed to get
Tony,
Yes.
just to make this make more sense for the rest of them, Smith recognizes you. Oh, and Abby, you know that his, just so you know that his real name is, God, what is the name? Petulangro is his real name. But everybody just calls him the Smith.
I'm trying to gauge what's in the scope of my knowledge, but I would say, well, if we're wanting to scope out the kind of response we're gonna get, why don't we go down the street to, and then some acquaintance of the old man who runs a shop further down the street that we can access through the alleyway.
What you guys are basically saying you want to try to hide out in another shop instead of run?
If we're trying to scope out who responds and exactly what the investigation is like, sure. If we're just trying to get away, we could maybe go to like a local pub or something like that.
Yeah, I think we need to gather ourselves together, but that's I think some sort of pub or someplace that is safe haven. I mean, maybe Greg's character knows something of someplace that's more of a safe haven for us to go to get the heat off of us for a little bit, so we can gather our senses.
Yeah, you thought.
Yeah. And we can discuss, but like Brock is literally ready to drive off.
Yeah.
Like he got in the car and he's waiting for people to get in the car because he wants to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, let's go. I'm ready.
And
to
that's
go too.
basically what Smith is saying to you. Abby is basically just get in the car, get the fuck out of here, and you can swing back when you can, and we'll figure shit out. But he just wants you out of the scene. It's his shop. He has to be there.
Right.
He wants everybody else gone.
Right.
Jump in the car with Brock. I mean, I was already going his way anyways.
Tony, what do you want to
Yes.
do? I just want to know, how do you react to them all getting back in Brock's car?
As Brock's car is in working condition and I'm seeing them drive away.
Yeah, Brock's car is in working condition. Luckily, you weren't parked directly in front of the shop. You were parked towards the door, so your car is unscathed. So yes, you basically, Tony, you see them all loading into this car, and you know you're supposed to protect them. What do you do?
So I will just get into my car and I will follow them.
Okay, so you're gonna take so you have a, just to let you know, obviously you know her as the maid, but she obviously does more for your boss than that. She scarpered off the minute she dropped you off. Shit got hairy. That's not her business, so to speak. You don't drive real well.
Got you.
However, you do have a truck. You have a little God, what were the Ford trucks of that era?
Yeah,
They were
450.
Yeah, F-150. No. But basically, think
They had Chevy trucks. Big Chevys.
yeah, but basically think of it. Kind of looks almost like a Roadster, like a Model T or a Model A, but it's got a truck bed.
Okay.
like that. A lot of
They
them
were the
have
Model
that.
AAs, actually.
AA, thank you. I
Yeah.
couldn't think what the one. It's a Model A with a truck bed, basically.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You've never
So-
seen a Model T unless you've done ragtime, but go on.
Ragtime. So you have this truck, but you don't normally drive it. So you're gonna follow them, but you're very uncomfortable.
Okay.
The reason why the maid normally drives you is that. So I want you to think of how existing as a 7-foot tall man is now, and then I want you to imagine it when the average American height was about like 5'4". So everything's a little small for you.
Like a dinger in your forehead and
Yeah.
you hunch a lot.
You're basically
and,
doing this.
Basically, you're from New York City, even though you don't live in New York City.
Where did this come from?
You're driving a. What was the name of the cars for kids where you could the little.
Like the Power Wheels?
Yeah, the Power Wheels. He's driving a Power Wheel.
Model AA is for you is basically if you were to punch a hole through the floor to put your feet out, it is a Power Wheels for you.
They
You're basically
made
like
convertible versions of this,
Yep.
by the way. So you can get a drop top that your head sticks up over the.
your head is literally
Windshield.
over the windshield. So that's what I meant by you were in the back, just like laying down and chilling, because you normally ride in the truck bed. As you don't fit very comfortably in cars of this era. But you've stuffed yourself into the cab of this truck and you are basically driving it like a Power Wheels, and I love that mental image.
Pow, pow, Power Wheels.
But anyway, so you follow the Scooby Gang. Where are we going, Scooby Gang? Where are we running off to? Scampering off to?
So I'm going to discuss that, right? So, when we start driving, I'm just going to start driving aimlessly, and sort of ask,
Yeah.
the group, like, okay, what's the destination?
Well, we have a safe zone. Do we have someplace safe? Do you know someplace we can be?
Do I? I'm not sure how.
You
I'm local,
do-
right? So
You do, in fact, you are not local, but you have a room in a boarding house that you have. Kind of how I've hand waved this for you, Greg, is that given your profession, instead of a actual base that you basically have a suitcase that you take with you. And every city you go to, you rent a room, and that becomes, with your like magical items and stuff in your bag, your base of operations. Like you ward the room and stuff, basically, and that becomes your haven.
Okay, cool. Then I will take everybody there.
All right. It is 7 o'clock, so if you would like to take a break before we have a convo, it's up to you guys, or we can keep going through it. Really.
It's 9 o'clock. I don't know.
Well, yeah, 9 o'clock for
We're
you guys.
playing
It's
with, but-
7 o'clock for me.
Oh, fuck right.
Yeah,
Mountain time.
I'd much rather get another half hour, 45 minutes, and then just call it a night.
Great. So, you get back to, he's got a room at the boarding house. I'm going to assume that you all sort of pile in through the back door, so to speak. We'll hand wave that just because I'm not going to make you do a bunch of fucking sharp rolls and shit just to sneak into a boarding house. But I'm just assuming that Greg's character wouldn't want an entire fucking gang of people to be seen coming into the boarding house with him. So you all you pull into the back, you sort of file in. He gets you all in. What do you all have to discuss?
I like the idea that he gets a boarding room house, but it's like the TARDIS. You walk in and it's like twice the size as it is. 'Cause it can actually fit us rather comfortably, even with the big giant guy.
Yeah.
It's bigger on the inside.
And it's like supernatural warded, you know,
Yeah.
like salt in front of the the doors.
Oh, he has a key, and it works on any door, but it makes it so that he can always. I'm sorry, I just thought that was a cool idea. You have like a key that just opens. Like you open a boarding room, it won't open the door to the boarding room. It'll open it to your base that comes with you with the key.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's a fair way of doing that.
I like
Basically,
that.
he rents out a boarding room and then places a circle in the boarding room, and that gives him access to his actual base of operations.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, Greg, is in fucking Sicily. Like, or like Corsica, Sardinia. Like, you are off one of the islands in Italy.
That's awesome.
That tracks.
The tip of the boot.
But you make your way there. No shenanigans. Nothing of note. You're all still trying to figure out sort of what's going on. I'll leave it to you guys if you have any sort of conversation on your way there.
I wait till we get there because it's a little bit hard. I'm still trying to.
You're also not terribly far from. You're only, we'll say, like 10, 15 blocks from where he's staying.
Can we hand wave and say that like Nora lets us know that that Tony's character is sort of with.
That's what I'm sorry, Greg. That's what I was trying to get at before you guys left, was that the old man recognizes him, calls him by name. So
Yeah, but that's still not as much information as we could have, right? Because Nora, my understanding, knows a little bit more, right? And so she could sort of explain, like, oh yeah, okay, he's
I just thought of this. What if he has the house signia on him, branded?
Who? Tony.
Tony. That would be part of it. The branding of the family, a family emblem branded on him.
on his left buttock.
On his left ass cheek.
So, Abby,
Underneath.
you have you have sort of, you've never met him, but you are aware of Weiss's men, so to speak. You know that you've only ever heard Pechalengro talk about him. You've never met him, you don't have any relationship with him, but you just know of him as Pechalengro has talked about him as Weiss's giant. So you do have some idea of who it is because he's been described to you before. But you don't really have any real relationship. You just know that he's one of Weiss's bodyguards. And yes, I will say you have hand wave that was imparted to the rest of you. We'll say, Greg, that you, since she's in your car, had a moment of like, and who the fuck is the giant guy?
Right. Well, that's what I'm envisioning, right?
Right.
You know, I didn't necessarily want to roleplay it, but like,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, that's
he
the exact
totally would be
moment.
like,
Yeah.
who the
Yeah.
fuck was that? You know.
Yeah. So yes, she informs you that she doesn't know the guy, but that he works for Weiss.
So we get back. I would assume we get back to the.
Yep. You make it there. Nothing happens. It's a fairly uneventful drive. It takes you all of about 15-20 minutes. Like I said, Detroit at this time isn't that big. It's like 50 some blocks across, so it's not like gigantic. It takes you 20 minutes, we'll say, to get to your the boarding house that you're staying in.
Okay. I sit down. And I look at,
I'm listening. I'm just.
Yeah, I look at Brock, and I go, "This is bad stuff."
What do you know?
The reason I ran. That's what I know.
Yeah, well, I don't know the reason you ran, so that's why I'm asking you what you know.
My people.
Those guys were your people?
Unfortunately. They have a wish for much, much more evil than I even encountered in my life. What I thought.
Are these the Teutons that the old man was talking about?
So
Yeah,
Aaron, just
they're
to sort of let you know.
Yeah, they're
what
very
you-
similar. Well, I'm telling him how
Yeah.
they're very similar to my family.
Okay.
And how I
Yeah.
was raised.
Yeah,
I
they're
was-
Americans, though. You do know
yeah,
that.
I know that they are Americans, but they are Germans.
German. Yeah. Yep.
I was raised in a family a commune, as it were, with very similar beliefs. He gave me glimpses before he died. They believe highly of themselves, and, well, yeah. Though I may believe the same way, I won't kill people for it. I saw a future of something horrible. And I'm cursed with seeing shadows of every man, woman, and child that will die because of my people's hands.
Are we still talking about the dead kid?
Yes. Brandon, is there anybody in the group that has a shadow upon them?
Funny you should ask. uh. As of right now, everyone except for Tony has a shadow.
Right now, we all seem to be marked. unless we change, unless something changes.
Yeah, I kind of got that impression from getting shot at back there.
It's not over yet. I do tell, and I'm gonna I'm hand waving here a little bit. I do tell him about a little bit of the idealism, the you know, the Aryan race type stuff that it's ingrained in me. I still have a hatred towards Jews, but not to the point from what the visions I've seen where it's mass execution and killings. That's where I draw the line.
Yeah.
It fucked with me. No way.
So,
conscience, huh?
what he describes to you for context, just for funsies,
For funsies.
For funsies.
for funsies, he was a member of what were known as Volkish groups. They were a sort of Nazi precursor organizations. They were sort of German hippies that had a weird belief in both natural, like environmental, and natural, like the body purity. And that obviously, when the Nazis started coming around, that appealed to them because they believed in a like a natural German body. They're basically racial separatists, and so they were very much so early adopters of the Nazi Party. And that's kind of what he's describing, is that what he got from this person is that same sort of belief system. He recognized, basically what he's telling you is that he recognizes that that person was also raised in a similar belief system, despite being American.
Yep. I don't see how this gets us any closer to finding the individual responsible for this, though. I think we still might need to go to the Masons.
I agree.
I think we have a group, but we need to narrow things down.
Maybe I should go to the German house.
You think that's safe?
Nothing's safe. But I'm more willing. They'd be more willing to see me than to see you.
You're the only one. Maybe, Lars, what's your ethnic background? What do you look like?
Catholic kid.
What, just for funsies, what's your ethnicity? Like you're Norwegian, or like what,
Irish, Scottish.
yeah, like what's your... I'm assuming that you're an American mutt, so to speak, but what's your mutt?
Just an Irish mutt, really.
Okay.
But pretty much, you can probably picture what's the fucking Catholic Brothers movie, Boondock Saints.
Fair. All right. You would not pass the racial purity test. Sorry. I was seeing if any of the rest of you would be able to get into the meeting, so to speak, and no, none of you would. However,
I mean, I will say that the front that I put off is that they don't really know my racial background,
however, I will say,
or religious background, really.
Greg, given the fact that you've just been shot at, are you trying to call in backup?
Do I have backup I can call in?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
You have a way in, Chris.
Yeah.
So, I was gonna bring you in the fight, but Greg didn't get shot. So, and we're also gonna hand wave that you've called in a friend. You've called in. You obviously have contacts in the supernatural world, and given how weird and spooky this has gotten, you've called in one of your weirdest, spookiest contacts, so to speak. So I'll let you introduce yourself to the group, and also how Greg introduces you, so to speak.
So I guess you would hear a knock at the door. Once opened, you would see older gentleman, maybe in his 50s as appearances go, wearing a nice, finely pressed three-piece tweed suit, brown suit, with a trench coat over top and a hat on. He is carrying an umbrella with him. And, yeah, like beard, curled up mustache at the end, very proper looking. I guess he would just walk in and be like, Brock, how are you doing? It's been a while.
What's his name?
My name is Vincent. Vincent Thomas. Oh, and I should also mention that aside from Brock, who is probably used to this, having worked with me a couple times, everybody else, when I'm near you, what was it? How's it phrased to make sure?
It's cold, right?
No, it's just you feel. That's not the one I picked. Where was it? Oh yeah, an unnerving aura. So like, just when I'm around you, you feel very unnerved and uncomfortable. You don't know why. I mean, he looks like an upstanding gentleman, but something's off.
Hey, everybody, this is Vincent. We needed a little muscle. And just to answer your question, I've been on the wrong end of a Tommy gun this morning. And, I'm not really feeling it.
Never the end to be on. And you would all look at him, and if he said muscle, you would not expect it. Let's just say that.
That's what I was about to point out to the rest of the group as well.
He doesn't look unfit. He's not a big man. He's lithe.
I'll chuckle and look at him and ask him, where'd you get your umbrella?
Oh, I've had this for a while. Custom made, actually. A gentleman in... Where was it? Buffalo? I think it was Buffalo. Maybe.
You can see my eyes narrow slightly underneath the hood of my cloak, and I just pull it closed around me and watch you.
Oh, because you got the heaves.
Used to those kind of reactions.
Got the heebie-jeebies.
He's gonna, Brock will introduce everybody, quickly.
Yeah, this is Nora. This is the Giant. This is Backdoor Lars. And here we got Conrad.
Pleasure to meet you all.
Backdoor Lars. That's right.
That's your new name.
He's always going in through the back door.
Welcome.
Welcome.
So what have you gotten into this time? I know that I wouldn't be here. You can handle yourself, let's just say. So
Yeah, we got a lot of pissed off Germans. They're well armed. They're organized. Fanatical views.
Including a German with us,
So we're sort of up against the wall here, and things are probably going to get more hairy before they get better.
Weird, hairy situation. I'm in.
All right.
Uh, Aaron.
Yeah.
There's something else unnerving about our new friend, other than their aura, but only to you. You don't pick anything up from him.
I don't even get a telepathic read nothing off of him.
Nothing.
Not even a ping.
You get absolutely nothing, which is very rare.
It's a firewall.
Or there's just nothing there.
Just your internet connection sounds, old dial-up sounds.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is what happens. I go to try to read him a little bit, and suddenly I just get nothing, and then taste in the back of my throat the taste of toxic fumes, and quickly turn away. Not necessarily you, it's my vision's not exactly being great.
Trying to think if anybody else would have any sort of feeling, but no, you're the only one that would have any sort of inkling. So, Tony, what are you? I'm just curious. What are you doing throughout all of this? Have you tried to like introduce yourself to the group when you get there, or like are you just standing in the corner? What's going on?
Just kind of standing in the corner, just observing and protecting.
I also want to give you a character trait. You have a hat. You always wear the hat. You can choose whatever kind of hat you want it to be. And if you lose the hat, you try to put the hat back on.
Okay.
Are you Red Dead Redemptioning him?
Yes.
Red,
Yes.
Red,
Absolutely.
Red.
Yeah, I'm giving you that character trait. You don't want or like being seen without your hat on.
Okay.
So yeah, so there's a giant man standing in the corner, who the rest of you have been like kind of introduced to, and the only thing you're really aware of is that he is one of Weiss's bodyguards, and that apparently he came by while you were being attacked. That's all you've established.
Can
so
I
far,
read his
just for-
mind? Can I get glanceful thoughts from him?
I want you to try.
Because usually I'm not trying to like probe or anything. I'm just trying to just get a general
You're
glance.
just feeling.
Like I just feel as I go to feel. I feel the room, and I just note that I don't feel anything from Chris. It kind of backfires with me, and I'm like, oh well, fuck that. But I go over to the tall man.
The tall man. You look at the tall man and you try to not like reach in, but you know, you're curious, you're doing what you're doing, you're feeling out, so to speak. And it's really weird. It's really weird. It is a bright light. You get a vision of a bright light, but it's bright in a way that's weirdly comforting. Not like it's hurting your eyes. It's bright. It's like looking at the sun bright, but for some reason it doesn't hurt. And you hear chanting. what's almost like chanting in a loop. And underneath of that is just, in the voice that you've heard, that you recognize as his voice, protect. 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 Protect.
Hmm.
And it's just playing on a loop, basically.
I find it
protect.
semi-comforting. First, I'm very standoffish of him. Then I start feeling a little bit more comfortable with it because that's his only rhyme and reason to be here.
Yep. You don't know what's going on there.
Simple
You've just
as-
seen some weird shit, but you know the only thought that's going on in that head, at least right now, is protect.
He protect.
Yeah,
He attack.
he attacked.
Most important, he go with Lars through the back.
Yeah, I actually find there's some comfort to it, and I actually take it. I actually accept the and of course then I read the rest of the room.
Right.
The dark raven girl scares me a little bit, I would assume. Nothing that unusual, but I know well enough to stay away when something that's dark. Stays dark.
you reach out there and you just sort of get basically what you're getting from the outside, which is
like inky blackness.
doesn't want to be seen.
Yeah, inky blackness.
She's trying to step back, so to speak, and not be seen. Does anybody else want to do anything in this moment? Other than Aaron reading minds. That's why I've realized my phone's been dead like all day.
So we've all sort of
Sort
done
of.
our introductions, right?
You've established. You all have some idea. We'll call it. It's sort of an uneasy truce. We'll to put it in the sort of historical context. You're very much what will soon become the Allies. Like, you're all working together. The introductions have been made, and you've agreed to work together towards a common goal. But just a little weird, you know. Weird shit's going on with two of you, at least. One of you is German, and you're going after Germans. You know, like you've established what's going on, but it's a little uneasy. You've all established that you. We'll put it this way: you've all established that the enemy of the enemy is my friend, sort of dynamic.
I mean, you
except for
you
except for obviously Tony.
Yeah. You figured me out enough to know that I'm not going to hurt anybody, but
Yeah.
you know, I'm still an asshole.
Fucking German
I've
hippies.
probably known
Uh,
that accepted you, but also know that every other German is probably an asshole.
Well, I mean, at this point, I would think I would probably advocate for hitting up the Masons.
All right. Well, if that is the case, we will probably do the majority of this in our next section, but we'll at least get you guys started.
I've heard really good things about their jaws.
About
That's great. They got great jaws.
Also, bricks. I hear they have really good bricks.
I forget. How do I make one of my pictures into a handout again, Aaron?
I'll give
I'm an
you a
idiot.
brick for a shine box.
You go down. You go to
add
add, and just click
handout. Yeah.
I don't know if you heard, but I don't shine shoes anymore.
You don't shine shoes, but I
Go get your fucking shine box.
Go get your shine box.
So yeah, you all make your way to the Masonic Temple, and just to let you know, I'm trying to give you an actual image. The Masonic Temple in Detroit is actually the largest Masonic temple in the world.
Really?
It is. The one I think there was one in Chicago or somewhere that used to be larger for a while, and then it got destroyed. And now it is Shilorg. Okay. So this, if it just showed to you all, I think it did.
Yeah. Damn.
That is the Masonic Temple in Detroit. It is massive.
I would assume
It was.
yeah. Jesus.
Anybody who's local would have known. There was an old Masonic temple. This one was just finished, or I shouldn't say finished. It's not finished. They're still working on it at this time, but it was opened last year. It was opened in 1926. They've just built this temple in your time period. So this is like a thing you would all be aware of. The locals would be aware of, because this has been a giant construction downtown that's been going on since like they broke ground in like 21 or 22. So yeah, this is the Masonic Temple.
Massive.
And it is, here's one of my favorite little details. I wasn't able to get a good picture for you guys, but there is a swimming pool that was never finished because they tried to build it on a above ground floor, and they were afraid of what the weight of the water would do on the higher floor. So basically they tried to put back in the 20s, tried to build a fucking massive swimming pool on like the 20th floor or something of this building. But it is gigantic. If you want to look up some fun pictures, look up pictures of the ballroom and stuff in the Masonic Temple, because it is now a concert venue as well as a Masonic Temple. You can like go see Jack White perform and shit at the Masonic Temple.
He just got inducted into.
Yes, he did.
Hall of Fame.
But as for your characters, yeah, you would know that this has just been constructed, and it's been a big to do. So your characters will not. How do I put this? Your characters aren't really struggling knowing where to go. We'll put it that way. However, I will point out to you all, you don't have a contact in the Masons, so I want you all to consider how you are going to approach having this conversation.
I don't have a contact in the Masons.
No. None of you have a contact in the Masons, unfortunately.
Well, I know it's a good idea. Let's just take the weird girl and the weird German kid and just go right up front.
Well,
I will.
beforehand, I'll be like, I don't have anyone here to talk to. I usually grift them out, but why don't you two go and see what you could do?
What I was going to say is, it is because it's this giant Masonic temple.
Mm-hmm.
It is a semi-public space. Like, there are parts of the building that are open to the public and parts that are not. Even during this time period. And Masons come from literally all over for this building, and blah blah blah. So
It would probably be frowned upon if I brought my shotgun in there, huh?
I will say, from this point forward, you all have to consider how you conceal your weapons. That is a part of this game. You will notice that there are weapons with the concealable property and those without. Or at least there were. They may have changed that. but because they have changed the sheets slightly. But for instance, the little snub-nosed revolver I gave you, Aaron, is obviously a concealable weapon. Knives are concealable weapons. Your baseball bats are not concealable weapons.
So my my umbrella is a sword umbrella. That's the whole reason I picked it, because my character's weapon is a sword.
It's concealed.
Yep. Just wanted to point that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna leave my shotgun, and you haven't seen my silver sword, but I'm gonna leave that in the trunk of the car as well.
Fair.
Going with a baseball bat. I don't care if.
I was about to say, Tony, I know you're probably gonna leave your sledgehammer, but it doesn't really fucking matter because your hands already do like 2 damage versus 3 for your sledgehammer. So what the fuck ever. But yes, I just want you all to consider, especially because we've had new players. I haven't been a dick about it, but yes, in this game there definitely is a concealing weapon mechanic where
I actually, with my new form comfort of the big guy there, I actually put my guns in and leave them in the trunk of the car. My gun and my knife. I don't. It's the middle of the day. I would assume it's not like it's, and we're in a public space.
You all literally went to talk to this old man in like first thing in the morning. This is you're not even into.
I'll leave my baseball bat behind.
Yeah, you're not even.
Yeah.
I will say it's probably about like maybe 10 o'clock in the morning at this point.
I
maybe
do still
like
have,
3 or 4 hours have passed.
I do still have my magical dagger concealed on me, so I'm not weaponless.
Yeah, any sort of knife or pistol is a concealable weapon, so you can feel free to conceal it. But yes, I just want you all to remember that you are operating in what is essentially the real world. So if you're just straight up walking into, Walmart with a shotgun, you're gonna get a police response or whatever, so just consider that.
Yeah, I mean, like, I could keep
Same thing with magic.
Yeah.
That's what I was kind of telling Abby earlier, is that you want to be circumspect in your use of magic because people don't know magic exists, and they're probably going to react not well.
I'll keep my hand. I won't bring my weapons in because I feel like it's because it's a big public space like this. It's not like up out on the roads.
Yeah.
I'm okay with it. Even if they are concealable, I don't want to risk it.
So how do you all want to approach this? Do you just kind of want to go in and scope out the space for right this second? How do you...
I'll leave my non... I'll bring him a pistol, but that's about it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go check it out.
Yeah, I would just start feeling out the space. I mean, like, my telepathy and stuff is not really something that is going to create... It's not going to be noticed, especially if I'm just doing, like...
So, Aaron,
feeling out.
As you're looking around, one thing to start, you notice that there seem to be less shadows here than normal, but you also aren't terribly surprised by that because you have obviously noticed a trend that the shadows tend to be less on people who are of means.
Mm-hmm.
And you are in a space full of mostly... It's a semi-public space, so you see people here and there, but for the most part you are in a space full of well-connected people of means. So you notice... The first thing you notice is that the room is relatively free of shadows. Not obviously never free, but you're seeing less than you normally do, for one. And the other thing you feel is, well, you're in the headquarters of even in real life, secret organization. So there is a sense of both. If the space had an aura, so to speak, it is simultaneously very welcoming to start but then once you get past that first layer,
Guarded.
there's something beneath that is very guarded. So it's the space for you emotionally is a very weird mixture of like bright and cheery and welcoming, but you sort of sense beneath it all there is more to this space.
All right. Well, I take comfort in feeling that space. Another reason why I left all my weapons, because I kind of just didn't feel danger. I didn't feel indifference. I just felt comfort. And I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
it's if I were to put a mental image to it, you see, mental images of like stag parties and the guys getting together for beers in the hall, and it's a fun space, so to speak.
Okay.
It is very much a public community space. But then beneath that is this weird sort of secretiveness to it, but you also aren't surprised by that because the Masons are like a fraternal group. There are secrets.
I do let I do let Brock know of this, because there's this feel of something's being kept away from the public.
So let me ask you: do we see any people who, for lack of a better word, look official?
You will notice, as you look around, there are, in the space, some of the men, only men, are wearing what essentially amounts to a slightly less dressy tux. White tie, white shirt, black jacket, and around their waist is a white apron with a insignia on it. However, while you're all looking around, you notice who's my highest sharps. I'm gonna go ahead and guess Brock and probably Lars.
Yeah, I got 2.
Or +2s in sharp. What about you, Derek? It's not a big deal. I'm almost assuming that yours is a +2 in sharp since you're a literal fucking thief and lookout.
Yeah, I killed my shit.
You sort of notice, you two are you're paranoid. You're kind of keeping your eye out. You notice this older gentleman
Sharp +1.
keeps looking at Tony's character. Kind of and as you're all sort of trying to case the joint and whatever, he just sort of walks up to the giant and he just sort of says to him, I'm sorry, sir. Mr. Weiss didn't tell us to expect you. Does he need something?
Do I overhear this?
You don't overhear what's said, but you see him just kind of walk up to the tall man, and he seems sort of deferential. Like, you don't...
I'll make
He's
my way
not
over there.
kowtowing or anything, but he kind of has that sort of like, "Can I help you, sir?" look about him.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna make my way over there to see what's going on.
I just say, I brought them here safely as instructed.
His brow sort of furrows. And he just sort of says, who did you bring?
Group.
And he's just sort of looking confused. Okay. Give me a moment here. And he turns. And you, Greg, I'm assuming you're sort of walking up, since you see this. You sort of see him turn confused, and he seems to be looking for someone.
So I'm gonna turn to Slog and say and point to the the guy and say, hey, you know this guy?
Yes.
And just to give you some character context, Tony, you've seen him, but you have no fucking idea who this guy is. You just know you've been, for your context, you've been to this building before, your boss has brought you here, and people here have been nice to you, and that's your context.
Okay.
So how does the guy react when I say this to Tony's character?
He sort of stops for a second and he says, Are you with Mr. Weiss?
Is there somewhere that we can talk discreetly?
Oh, yes, give me a moment. I was actually just looking for, let's just say, there are some folks here that, have some business with Mr. Weiss. I'm not really sure what all of this would be about.
I'm here on behalf of Mr. Weiss and some of my associates as well.
Okay.
I would prefer to discuss this, in somewhere more private.
Okay, and he sort of leads you off a little bit into what you sort of recognize as sort of like a servant's hallway that runs behind the
And I'm gonna try. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you. I just want
you're
to.
fine.
I'm gonna try to catch the eye, of Lars and Vincent, just to make sure, like, that they understand that I'm looking for at least those two to come. Like, I don't mind if anybody else is coming, but he would at least make sure that he catches those two's eyes and kind of like.
Hey everybody. Abby, what's your sharp? I'm sorry, I know you're probably pretty high too.
It's 1.
Okay. So you just sort of notice naturally as well, like you don't see the guy walking up to Tony's character, but now that not only has this person walked up to Tony's character, but now you've seen Greg sort of having an exchange with him, you've noticed, and Aaron, I'll leave it to you actually to decide. I don't know if in that moment you would have been reaching out or doing anything to have noticed, but, yeah, I will say that if you're specifically
Scanning the space.
well, no, I was going to say to Greg, if you are specifically kind of calling Lars and Vincent's attention to it, I think Abby's character is a sort of character to have noticed, and I'm sort of leaving it up to you, Aaron, whether you would have noticed what was going on or not. Basically what I'm saying is I think everybody's kind of in the know now, but I'll leave it up to you to decide whether you're in the know.
If I would say anybody of the group who Brock catches their eye, I think he would.
Well, I was.
Yeah, like, hey,
Yeah, right. But he specifically makes the effort to make sure
Yeah,
that
he's
that he catches
literally.
those two. Yeah.
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 You know what I'm saying? Like so. But anybody else that he sees is looking, he's going to try to get their attention too. But he's not going. to
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's the
Yeah.
difference there. Is like he sees
Right.
these guys are sort of like officially his, his
I,
crew.
I was staying near Slog anyways due to comfort,
Yeah.
so I was just kind of
God, I fucking love that. Anyway.
yes.
Um,
I get
but,
the yeah.
So he sort of you sort of see him wave you all on as if to say, hey, follow me. He takes you around the corner. He takes you into this little alcove, and any of you who have ever worked in any sort of like old building in any sort of service capacity, it's basically what in like a dining hall like this would be like a servant's passage,
Right.
so they can move from one end of the room to the other without having to go through the crowd and like the tables. And he takes you back into this little passage, and he just says, "I'm sorry. So how can I help you?"
We're looking into some things for Mr. Weiss. If you think about current events, I'm sure you can use your imagination.
Yeah, awful bit of business, that. Nice boy.
And we've got some leads that have led us to believe that there may have been an involvement from some of our Teutonic friends, and I might be looking for a little advice about what we might be getting ourselves into.
He
And-
is. So just for context, as you're saying this to him, he is very confused. Your character doesn't know this, but I will say to you all as the player, there are Masons in the know and there are Masons not in the know, and this Mason is not in the know.
Yep.
So he sort of blinks at you as you're trying to explain, and then he just sort of stops you and goes, "You know what? I think I know who you should be talking to. He normally he's a friend of Mr. Weiss. I'll go get him for you." And he sort of scampers off. And you sort of get the impression in the moment that was... Did we lose an Aaron?
I'm here. Sorry, my camera's decided to have a fit.
Weird.
Yes.
Oh, it's doing the thing where it wants to not look at you.
Yeah, it just stopped, and I didn't ask it to do that.
The floor
Yeah.
is now your face.
Yeah, the
Look
floor is
away.
on my face.
So you all stand there for a moment. You're, just sort of standing in this hallway, like, what the fuck? And this guy scampers off. And you hear, somebody approaching. You hear footsteps. And you hear this gentleman sort of saying in like hushed tones, not super hushed tones, just the space is relatively quiet, so he's not speaking very loud, and you just hear him say, "Yes, well, this better be good, Brother Corvus. I have things to do today. I don't have time for this." And comes around the corner, and you see a very, very regal-looking man. The best way I could describe him is smashed together God, what was the smash together Flash Gordon and Prince Charles is the man who is in front of you. He is very regal bearing, very we'll call it sort of classically attractive sort of man, but in a painfully British way.
Can I ask you? I don't know if we established who ended up coming, so I kind of want to envision who he sees.
Yeah.
Who does he see when he comes around the corner?
I stuck with Slog for sure. Like, I just stuck around where Slog. If Slog stayed out, I stayed out.
Oh no, Slog is there. Slog was the impetus for all of this.
Right. So I'm with you.
So really, it's only Nora. Nora, would you have come too?
That's a good question.
You don't have to. This is not D&D where
Splitting the group kills
never
you.
split the group. You can split the group in this. In fact, it's a mechanic. If one of you was a certain class, I would literally do it to you on purpose.
I think that our experience that we just had at the pawn shop would have spooked me, and I would probably stay out in the common area to see if anyone showed up.
Cool.
So
Fair.
still listening in, seeing what's going on, the other conversations of like the other Masons who are around potentially, but I don't think I would be back there.
Okay. So he still sees a pretty.
It's still a decently motley crew.
Yeah, indeed.
But
right.
luckily enough for all of you, the most motley of you is someone he is familiar with. He turns the corner and he sees Slog, but he's sort of taken aback because he's seen him, but he's never seen him without Weiss. He's not real sure what's going on. So in other words, Greg and especially you, Derek, since your thing's kind of reading people, so kind of what you see come over his face as he turns the corner is he sees Slog and he seems kind of happy, or he sort of perks up and he preens himself a little bit. But then he turns the corner completely and sees the rest of you, and it just sort of looks confused and slightly disappointed.
Yeah, we get that a lot. Look, we're here on behalf of Mr. Weiss. Mr. Weiss has asked that we look into some things for him. And, the line of our investigation has revealed the potential involvement of some bigger players. And,
1 second. Corvus, leave us. And you just see this older Mason just sort of skitter away back out into the dining hall, and he just says, "Please, continue."
Thank you. I just want to say that I appreciate your hospitality and your willingness to help out in this.
I will
God.
tell you guys it's 8 o'clock for
Yeah.
me. We can do this next conversation next session, because it will be an actual conversation. So
Cool.
I'll
Yeah,
let
then
you
I
guys
would
choose.
appreciate
yeah,
that.
that's what I was thinking. I was just about to say something, but I'm like, it's already 10.
There's gonna be some exposition. So yeah. I will let you guys. And now the whole group's together, and we've learned our lesson. I'm gonna fucking Scooby Gang you guys next time. But but yeah. No, we're in a good spot. If you guys are fast, it'll be one more session. If not, I can definitely make this 2. But yeah, I can stress this out a little bit if you need, Aaron. If not, we can end it. Whatever. It's no big deal.
I'll let you know before next session if I need you to extend it a little bit, but I don't think so.
That was weird. Okay. And then I also have I can do if you need more prep time and we finish this, I can also throw together.
I don't think I will, but it'll get it. I should get it together in the next couple of weeks. I was just taking some time off from it and to give myself a little bit more of a
break.
A break and enjoy my time off a little bit. And I mean, it's not like I didn't read the book. I've read the book once. I have to skim through it again.
Yeah. But no, I was just gonna say, if you all want in the future, there's going to be a near future campaign I have in mind for Monster of the Week, and I'm going to tie it to this one. So
cool.
You can also do that at some point.
Cool.
Well, I'm super excited about that, and we're going to end this